Hello, hello, hello. Happy Monday. Happy time zone. How we doing? Got my coffee. Hope we're all doing well on this Monday morning or whatever time it is for you. It's Monday morning for me. So, good morning. Another day, another Minecraft stream. I feel like it takes forever to load in now. Oh, storage room and hallway to the mines. That's what we worked on yesterday afternoon. We had a little afternoon Minecraft stream. And what was that? Oh my goodness, there's a kitty cat next to me. Hello. Hello, Mulder. What are you doing? Hold on, let's see if we can get him in the shot. Hi. Hi. What are you doing? You're just out of frame. What are you doing there? Did you come to say hello? Do you want some scritches? There's my boy. So handsome. And he's gone. What are you doing? Are you gonna hop up in the bed? Or do you want to come say hi over here? Look, there's a stool. You can sit on the stool with me. Come over here. Want some scritches? He's thinking about it. He's thinking about it. Baby. Mulder, what are you looking at? What's over there? And he's gone. Oh well, I thought we were going to get a little kitty cat time, but apparently not. That's fine. I'm not mad or upset at all. But yes, so I ended up making that walls. I don't know, this might be like a hallway just to be digging at this level, because this side we're going to have to mess around a little bit with as well. But we can just close the doors and pretend that stuff doesn't exist for now. And look, otherwise, we have a beautiful staircase. And then a hallway. And we can ignore the part at the end that's not complete. I realized I should switch up how I have the signs labeled. So I did the sign, so I'll know cobbles here, andesites there. But then I put it on the back side, and if I'm looking at it this way, I should probably put the names on this sign and leave those blank. So let's switch that up while I'm thinking of it. That one will be blank. This one will be blank. So this one will be andesite. Andesite. This one will be cobblestone specifically. So this will be diorite. And should we bring the sign down so it's kind of centered? And then this will be stone. Oh, he's in the kitty cat bed. We do get a kitty cat. We do get a kitty cat first thing. Look at him. Look at my handsome boy. Should we try to focus the camera on him? Because that's not focused right now. Oh, what it's focused on, but it's not on him. There we go. Let's see. Mulder, can you look this way so I can see if you're in full focus? Hold on. There? I think that's focused mostly. Good enough. Good enough. There's my boy. Mulder, what's so handsome? Hello, Katsuro. How are you? I keep mistaking spruce for dark oak. They're pretty similar. They're pretty similar. so I want to make these signs centered too. Cobble, andesite, stone, diorite, cobble, deep slate, right, cobble. Can I fit the D? Cobbled, C-O-B-B-L-E-D. So this I should probably label cobblestone. It'll be 2 words because it doesn't fit otherwise. But what can you do? That's not how you spell that. There we go. Cobblestone, stone, diorite. This is deep slate, regular deep slate, right? Do I not have regular deep slate in here? What? That's cobble deep slate. Oh, it's in my inventory. I guess I moved it. There's no tuff in here yet, but that's where we'll put the stuff. Dirt. And gravel. Alright, so this is going to be granite. And then that means this is gonna be the cobble deep slate. Regular cobble deep slate, yes. So cobbled deep slate. So this is gonna be talking about this, which is just deep slate. And then this is gonna be the tough. Oh my god, I can't type. And then, so that's gonna be the gravel and the dirt. So this sign I'll have to say gravel and dirt. Oh my god, dirt. I was just questioning myself. Why does dark oak trees generate a lot shorter? Didn't they grow taller last time? And then I looked up and it turned out to be spruce. Oh my god. I barely even find any dark oak trees in vanilla, so I have no idea what dark oak trees look like. Fair. Yeah, they're not the most common biome, so I get that. Alright, I don't think these have anything in them right now, but I need 2 more signs. Yesterday, when I was setting up this hall, the game kicked me when I was placing signs, and I ended up with an extra one. So, it makes 6 signs at a time, and I should have had exactly 12 signs and then had to make more. But instead, I ended up with an extra one. So, I gotta make another one. I've never noticed things get duped before in the game, but that was an obvious one because it makes it in 6s, and I ended up with an extra one, though. Zeri! Are you making fun of my spelling? Are you making fun of my typing, Zeri? That's okay, I'll let it slide since you've just resubscribed for 13 months. Goodness. Thank you, Zeri. I appreciate that. I hope your day is going well. I'm chilly. Can we put the hood over the headphones? Does this look ridiculous? I don't care. It's gonna be cozier. We're doing it. We're putting the hood over the headphones. I just look like I have a huge head now. Totally normal. But thank you, Zeri. I really do appreciate it. Even if you're making fun of me. Durfed. Alright, let's make another sign. Which I need iron for chains. I think we need 2. How much does it take to make this? Okay, 2 more signs, and then we have extras. I don't know what we're gonna do with them. Do I not have... I don't think I have anything for those yet. Dirt and gravel, and then these are extra. These are empty right now. So this says gravel and dirt. Gravel and dirt. Okay. Pardon me. So that's the storage area done, I believe. We've got all the chests in. We've got all the signs. So stuff will be labeled accordingly. I don't know where everything is. We could carry this design down the stairs. I'm not sure how we're gonna get into the cave. I'm considering seeing where this comes in if I just go out there and dig toward this. Okay, so if I go, we're at negative 791. All right, so 768, 769. Let's get on those sides over here. 768 and 769. So right here, we dig this. Okay, that's easy. So we could just have the tunnel go straight forward into this part of the cave instead of this. And I guess we could just put doors at the end. Set of doors right here. I do need more. I need like sleeping quarters down here. We have one up there, but I'm gonna need them down here. So maybe we'll make this like a little sleeping quarters and then doors into the caves. This area is looking very fancy. Thank you. I'm actually really happy with it. It's way more chests than we're gonna need. But I wanted some sort of storage for all the stones and stuff that we end up digging down here. Yes, the white wood is part of the recent update. So this is the pale oak logs. That's the planks from it. This is the hanging signs made from it. And the fences, which are very bright. And this is the stripped oak, pale oak logs. So this, but with the bark removed. I love it. I think it really pops. And this this design I ended up making kind of reminds me of like Black Parade era My Chemical Romance. So, because like the dark colors and then the white. Because if you haven't, if you're not familiar with Black Parade era My Chemical Romance, allow me to help you here. One moment. Hello, computer? Hello? Yes, please scan the image of my chem that I just uploaded. Please. Alright, we're gonna add a new image. We getting the MCR vibes, eh? Yeah, you see? Do you see what I'm getting at? Good morning, Jules. But yes, so that's the vibe I get from this. The blacks with the very bright whites. I didn't intentionally go for it, but that's what we ended up with. So I dig it. And also the creaking. I feel like we have lanterns back there, but you only get a little sliver of it sometimes when you're walking past. You get a little glimpse of the lanterns. And I think that kind of reminds me of the creaking and their eyes. Which, is it dark out? We can go visit our friends if it's dark. Oh, it's daylight. It's just morning now. And this is the pale oak tree. I kept planting them and breaking them so that we'd have supplies for our design. But I think we might do something similar to this, but downstairs. And I'm going to put one of the flowers in the pots because they react to day and night. They'll open up at night and they close during the day. So we'll kind of have a feeling of what time it is outside based off the flower. Though it's not completely accurate. Sometimes I'll catch this thing be open and it's bright daylight outside. I don't know. But it is what it is. I think that'd be cute to have a little bit of that and a bed and an ender chest and all that down here in a room. So let's figure out what we're gonna do. We should probably organize our inventory a little bit before we do that. Do I have extra doors? We've got 2 doors. That'll be perfect. I'm gonna put... We'll hold on to this. I'll put this ore in here for now. Do I have any more ore? Not seeing any. Alright, I don't need the item frames because that plan didn't work. I was going to use item frames to label where everything was in the storage area, but there was nowhere that, like, just putting it down sat flat, and I didn't, except on the logs next to it, I didn't like that. And then the items were all poking out of the walls. Not crazy about it. But how are we all doing? Zeri, Jules, Kitsuro, how's everybody doing on this fine Monday? I hope your day is going well. Oh, and I did want to mix some of the cracked bricks in with the floor. A little bit more. Maybe one right here. Just for a little texture. Kind of like this is where we'd walk. We'd go to sleep. We'd go over here to use the furnaces. And I might end up building a furnace array downstairs. And this is extra storage. So we might do like a furnace array downstairs somewhere. Maybe off one of the hallways. Let's see. So let's throw this cobble in here. We don't need that. Or this. Too many stairs. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Stairs can go right here. Probably don't need the furnace right now. We'll keep that. I'll take a stack of that. And we're gonna need more blackstone, I think. Take a couple stacks of that with us. And we'll probably use lanterns, but maybe we'll use the frog lights. Do I have more of the frog lights? No, I put the rest away, but hopefully that'll be enough. We'll just put a couple in the room to light it up, and maybe a lantern. And we're gonna need a flower pot. And we're also, do I have any wool? No wool in here? I have some in my ender chest. Wool is in here. 1, 2, 3. Oh, 1, 2, 3. And I want to make it orange to match the flower. Oops. Broke the stairs. Oops. Nope. Nope. That's not. There we go. Too click happy. Too click happy. Alright. So now we can make a bed. And then we can make that bed orange. Perfect. Got some lanterns. I kind of want another barrel. Do I have... I feel like I have barrels in here. No.
A platypus? the platypus?
Hello, Keldon. You made me jump, bud. How you doing? How's it going? Happy Monday to you. Slow morning for Jules. I feel like that's probably a good thing considering all of the wild and crazy days you've had recently. Okay, so storage, and then we're gonna make this into a little like bedroom. Let's see, I'll need like a little bit of room, but we'll probably go this way with it. Probably carry this out like one more section. 1, 2, or maybe 2 sections. So 1, 2 log, 1, 2 log doors. Yeah. So 1, 2 log, 1, 2 log. Log. Doing just fine. I'm glad to hear that. I am also just fine this morning. Yeah, Mulder's over there. He's being cute. He's being a sleepy boy. Look at him. My Mulder. He just got his face planted into the bed. Alright, let's take this back off. I think maybe I'll turn on the space heater. I'm gonna turn the space heater on. And totally disturb Mulder in the process. Sorry, baby. It's okay. It's okay. I'm just plugging the space heater in. It's okay. Nothing to worry about. Alright. Yeah, he doesn't know what's going on. He's like, you're moving? Do I need to abort? Do I need to just run out of the room right now at high speed? He's a very skittish kitty. That's why I have to move slowly around him. Otherwise, he gets scared and he runs away. He's skittish. He's a little scaredy cat. He's my spooky Mulder. Spooky boy. I want to drop. I'm going to also drop Mulder. Let's drop baby Mulder. Little baby boy. He was just a little guy there. So what's everybody got in store this week? Oh, will I land? Oh, hey, I landed. Look at him. Look at him in the little snow pile. Oh, it's cute how the snowflakes come down. That's adorable. I know it was the leaves with the leaf pile. That's cute. Yay me. Okay. So if we do this, I think I'll just make this little alcove. Is that wood? All right, I think we'll be able to... Trying to see. Because right now, that goes that way. Maybe we don't carry the same design? Trying to figure out how we'll do this. You know what? Maybe we'll bring it back. How would I fix this? Because I think if I mess with this... How did we do it over here? Oh, I know what we did. We can do this. I'm gonna need some stairs. Let's put a crafting table over here. That's not a crafting table. That sticks. There. Okay. So we'll have to put the stairs. Nope, not like that. Nope, not quite. Let's grab a bundle. Right now this inventory is a little bit of a disaster. That helps a bit. I can't put the bed in there. And the flower. There. Okay, now it'll still be flat. And it won't mess with the wall over here. Okay, so I think I'm going to make this a little alcove here. We'll bring down the ceiling a bit. I think we'll start bringing the ceiling down 1, 2, and then it should be in line with this if we go across. So 1, 2, 1, 2. That's also got to go, I guess, this way. So a little sleeping alcove. This can go across here. That can go up. So that'll be the door outside. And this will be where we have a little bedroom. I think we might go a little further in with it and have the bed on this side. Across and then across. Can we see anything? It would have to go across like that. Dang it. No. Like that. Oh, we don't have a clap command. We should have one. Jules, I don't know if I've given you Nightbot control. Do you know how to add stuff in Nightbot? I don't know if you have the ability to do that. I'll do a clap command. It'll only work well. Oh god. Excuse me. Where did you come from? Please go away. Thank you. 1 second. I'm trying to add a command. That was very rude. That was so rude. Anyway. So right now, I believe Nightbot actually has... There we go. Nightbot currently has my emotes, so that'll work. Is there another zombie out here? Hello. Where are you coming from? And where is my sword? Guess maybe up there it's kind of dark. Can we... I don't know where he came from. This cave is kind of scary. Maybe over there. That's kind of dark. Alright, good enough for now. Alright, and I'm gonna fill this in just with stone. Around it. And I don't know what we'll do over here. Maybe we'll do like a little covered area. Like this. No, that'd be silly. We don't need that. We can just get rid of this. We'll probably just do black stone here. Stairs on each side, maybe. Stairs going down that way and down this way. And we could probably trim this back a little bit, too. Wait, why is that like that? That should go this way? Right? And that's gonna be more of this. So you won't even see it. Oh, I didn't mean to make a whole stack of that. Oops. That's fine. Totally fine. Nothing to worry about. Now we have a clap emote. Clap command. Should we do the wall in there? I don't like that. I think I want to do the wall in that part. There we go. That'll be enough for that. I don't have to dig this out a little bit. Guess we can hide a torch back here. Yeah, you can't see beyond that. That's good. And this will also be blackstone. And then this will be where we have the bedroom. Do we make it go back further? I think I want to do stripped logs for the ceiling right here. I should have 2 more stripped logs here. There they are. Up, 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 up. All right, I'm thinking, what if we do the logs, strip that. That goes like that, that goes like that, this on the floor. And then we can do the walls. And that'll put a little bit of separation between the... Ooh, thunderstorm. If I put a bed here, they'll have a little bit of space on the side. Or should we... I'm thinking. This is very narrow. But it doesn't need to be anything wild. It's just going to be a bed. Boop. Zeri with the Calp emote. That's a little too cramped. If we go this way... Thinking. I can set this back one, maybe? There's nothing here, right? I can bring this back if I just... Ah! Who's shooting me? Oh, where'd you come from? No, hold on. I need to eat. One moment, please. No one invited you. Where did you come from? Oh, there's a bunch of monsters up there. So clearly that is spottable. Let's put down a couple more torches. Up there. This must be where they're coming from. Alright, I think that's... everything should be covered. I think. Okay, so behind that... that stone... that stone. Oh, dang it. How do I make this wider? Because I don't want to mess with that. Even numbers are killing me right now. Maybe this we make wider. Could do a double bed down here. Fancy. I don't know who's staying over, but if I do like this and make it slightly wider, we could have the 2 beds in the middle and then bring the walls out. Yeah, I think that's what it'll do. That'll fix my issues with the even numbers. We'll bring the walls out to here. This'll be wall, wall, wall. Bring this out 1. That'll be wall, wall, wall. Log, 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 log. I'm gonna need more logs. Shall we go chop down a tree? Oh, a new follower. Welcome in, Janny. Thank you so much for the follow there. I hope your day is going well. Did I put away the hoe? I appear to have put away the hoe. That's okay. We'll just grab some saplings from the chest. The shulker right there. One, 2, 3, 4. Perfect. 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, what else I have going on here? Let's get rid of some of the cobble and stuff. Yes, I did. I did put away the hoe. Alright, so we're gonna need a little space. I guess this will have to go back maybe. Maybe we could put a double chest at the end of the bed as like a little footrest thing. Kind of want to do something different for the back wall. Just as like something of interest. We could stick with the black stone, but that's kind of, it's a little much now. So bed, chest, room to move around it. And also I want to replace some of this with the cracked bricks. Oh crap, my inventory. Alright, so all the cobblestone goes here. What else we got? We've got some deep slate. I'll put the cobble deep slate away. Cobble deep slate. want to put a little bit through here too. Oh man, where'd the door go? Door? 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 Hello? Excuse me? Where'd my door go? Door? What? Did I pick it up? Where? Hello? What? Door? I know it just broke, but where did it go? Hi, Jojo! Yes, it is a lot of chests. So many chests right now. Oh, bug rock. Bug rock, bug rock. Nope, not in my inventory. Just gonna put a torch here for now. Am I like, where in the world did it possibly go? Is it just sitting at the surface right now? Did it end up in this hallway? No. This hallway's blocked off now. Oh, there it is. Found it. Let's fill this in. This isn't staying as a hallway anymore. I'm not worrying about all that. What hallway? There's no hallway here. What hallway? Gonna be enough to fill it in. I'll have to go grab more. Up, up. Good enough for now. I'll fix that later. At least I got my door back. That's what I was hoping for. So that's gotta go there. Okay. Alright, what do I want to do with this back wall? I want something different here. Were you there when I had the weird visual bug the other day? Breaking blocks and they were in my inventory, but they hadn't moved visually, so I could go stand inside. Oh, that's weird. I don't think I saw that happen. Might have been distracted. My coffee is cold. I think I'm gonna go zap it and take a very short break. It looks like I can run ads now anyway. So I'm gonna pop off just for a moment, take a short little break. You can play dropped in the meantime. I'll reset the drop. And Jules can feel free to reset it again if she feels so inclined. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. Just gonna zap my coffee. BRB. Oh, wow. Look at that. First time drop. Janny has an almost perfect score. Clappies. Clappies for Janny. Am I going to be lazy and order lunch today? Ooh. What are you thinking? What are you thinking? Oh my god, guys, I just thought of something. When we have ad breaks, they can be thad breaks. Because the ad, when you say the ad quickly, thad breaks. Ah? Good bot. Good bot. Thad breaks? Ah? Advertisements? That's what I'm gonna call them from now on. When we have ad breaks here, they're thad breaks. Because they gotta run some thadvertisements. Coffee is nice and warm again. Actually, kind of hot. Hurt a little bit to drink that. Today I have my beautiful Joe Plays Violin mug. Look it, there she is playing video games. And with her violin, even though the camera's a little too bright. And with Baloo. Oh my god, you can't see it at all. It's way too bright. But whatever, this is my mug. Thadversary. Thad breaks. We're gonna call them thad breaks. I'm gonna totally forget we came up with this, but in my heart, they're thad breaks moving forward. Because I get a break and you get thadvertisements, so it's a multiple thing. Should we fix the camera? It's looking a little too bright. A touch too bright. Lower that. Okay, there we go. Oh, looking kind of gray now, though. I care way too much about this. I care too much. Hello, computer. Can I have that window back so I can change it just ever so slightly? Huh. There we go. It was just a little too low contrast. Locks on an everything bagel. There's an idea. Oh, what if we do striped ceiling in here? What if we do every other one is stripped? Boop, 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 like that. And then I feel like maybe we do the back wall out of this. I want something brighter for the wall. Maybe... Oh, okay. I got a different idea. Instead of doing it this way, we bring the stripes down the wall. So the ceiling and the back wall are alternating stripped logs and unstripped logs. So that one is unstripped, this one's stripped, unstripped, stripped. How's that? Does that look fun? That's kind of boring. I don't like it. I also kind of hate the ceiling. Just kidding. Do not like. Need different idea. I think we go just with the regular logs like that. The stripped logs for the ceiling. And what do we do for that back wall? It needs something fun. Something that pops. Jojo says, I had my annual performance review today. Still not fired. Clappies for Jojo. is the most they can expect when we've not seen a pay raise in 20 months. Ugh. Ugh. Balloting to strike. Oh, wow. Well, good luck. You deserve a raise. Especially with the cost of living and everything. I don't know exactly what it's like over there for you guys, but cost of living's through the roof, and profits for most companies are through the roof, at least the bigger ones. And, where do the workers, what about the workers? Do the workers that make all the money for you, do they get a cut of that? Probably not. My company doesn't care enough to give a review. As long as TSA doesn't complain, then I'm awesome. Very good, Keldon. Hey, Harry, how are you? I'm doing just fine myself. I hope your day's going well. Did I miss anything else? Not fired is all I aspire to be in my career. You guys have careers? You guys are getting careers? Alright, I want something for this back wall. What if we just go like orange concrete? And then rather than the orange beds down here, we could do 2 black beds. Let's go get orange concrete and see. I don't very frequently use concrete. Can we fly up these stairs? Is this gonna end badly? Let's try it. Alright, ready? Oh my god, I can fly! Oh, kind of. I almost made it. Ugh. Almost made it. Concrete I have in here, right? Is this concrete? We don't have any orange concrete? This is outrageous. This is outrageous. Guess I'll have to make some. Alright, so I need sand and gravel for concrete, right? Something like that. Let's put this stuff in there for now. And then we need orange dye. Probably need more than 8 for that whole back wall. Let's do triple that. 24. Alright, put away the rest of the gravel and the sand. And I want to make 2 more beds. And I guess we'll go with black. Instead of the orange bed. Can I just dye this one black? I think I can just dye it again. I don't have any black dye in here. Excuse me. Thank you. 1, 2. Nope. And now I have a crafting table. Wait, why can't... Oh, I gotta make it here. That's why. Right? Where's the bed? 2 black beds. Everything's going great, guys. I don't know what you're talking about. Did I not even use... Did I not make this into black? What just happened there? I feel like that was a glitch. I forgot to make the black dye. What did it use to make the first black bed? I didn't have black dye. I grabbed this, which I was going to make into black dye, but then I didn't. Bug rock, man. Harry says, having a good day so far. Love that for you. Zeri says, I'm certainly careering. Good luck. Good luck with the careers, guys. Our company as a whole, not very profitable. Our area is, so why are we denied pay rise when the other areas that are dragging the it's the other areas that are dragging the company down? That's wild and so unfair. Cost of living increases have been insane the last few years. Yeah, for like everybody everywhere. I think some places definitely get hit worse than others. I know like the housing market is absolutely insane right now, especially over here. It's like impossible to buy a house in this area right now because a lot of people are coming from the cities and moving here because the cities are too expensive. Looking at you, Boston. We just get cost of living raises, then every few years the contract changes hands, and I tell them, give me a bunch of money and I'll work for you. So yeah, that was definitely a bug with the bed. I'm pretty sure. I'll have to watch that back. But I'm pretty sure that was a bug. Can I coast down the stairs? Fly. 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 Oh, too much. Fly. 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 Ah. Close. So, can't really use the stairs to fly, but that's okay. Oh, crap. I didn't turn the concrete powder into concrete. How does it look as concrete powder? Oh, yeah, that's obeys gravity. I remember now. Ooh. Ooh. I actually kind of like the texture. Huh. Alright, this one's gonna have the flower on it. And I should put another one on this side with like a lantern, probably. And in that case, I need... Oh, wait, no, I was going to put the ender chest over here. What do I do for light in here, then? Should we try hiding the lighting again? Because I think I want to put an ender chest on... Where are my ender chests? Have I been using them all? Ender chest. Are you in here? Oh, you're in this one now. Put that back. That gives off the teensiest bit of light. Actually, I don't want that there. We're gonna put another... Oh, nope, not fortune. Need my silk touch for that. Silk touch, thank you. That goes away. I guess I'll do a lantern there. Where am I gonna put the ender chest? Should we hide the ender chest over here? Kinda gotta have one in the room, right? I wish that if you put two side by side that it made a bigger ender chest. Slowly dying inside for how much money I'm setting on fire each month. Totally feel that. Girl, you want me to kick out the people upstairs and you can come live upstairs? Just kidding. I could never do that to them. They've been wonderful. And instead of setting fire to your money, you can just hand it to me. I'm one of those evil landlords. And by evil landlord, I mean, this is a two-family house. I feel gross. I feel gross about renting apartments. But it's not like I'm some slumlord with a million apartments that I rent out. It's just a two-family house, and that keeps me alive. Because... we would not be making it right now if we didn't get a little bit of rent from that. we lived in the same building, I would be on your couch every day, and I would love that. It would be me in the cat cam. You'd just be sitting there with Mulder in your lap. That would just be Jules and cat cam. Mod cam. Come on, Jules. Just so the avocado toast and fancy coffees. Just stop the avocado toast and fancy coffees and you'll buy a house in no time. Jojo also says, if I hadn't gotten a house 9 years ago, I'd never have got onto the property ladder. Yeah, we bought this house right around the same time. Right around the same time. We initially were renting the upstairs apartment. And our landlord one day calls up Kong and is like, hey, I'm gonna sell this house. Do you guys want to buy it? And Kong was like, we can't do that. And they hang up. And I'm like, what can't we do? What can't we do? What did you just say no to? And he's like, our landlord's selling the house and he asked if we wanted to buy it. And I'm like, we can't buy a house right now. And I'm like, we're buying a house. Because I liked this house. I liked where we were living. The apartment was very good to us. And it has a yard. It has a decent sized yard. And I'm like, quiet street. We're buying a house. So I bought a house. And here we are. And I'm so glad. He always says that that was like the best thing that I've ever just been like, because I'm one of those people that if somebody tells me I can't do something, I'm gonna do it. Like if you tell me we can't do this, you can't do this, I'm gonna be like, I can do this, just watch me. So he's like, we can't buy a house. I'm like, I'm buying a house. I'm buying a house right now. What happened? Reading a book. You can't read those kinds of books on stream. You can read whatever you want. Not out loud. For a $10 donation, I'll read a passage out loud. Wait, what is... Is that a dirty word? What is that? Is that a dirty word? Why are you giggling at that? Doesn't that just mean like a paragraph or like a section of a chapter? Am I missing something? Does that mean something else? I'm concerned. All right, I wanted to put down another barrel on this side, and this one will put a lantern on. Everything is a dirty word if you're 12. Jojo, wow, you're only 12? So you bought a house when you were 3? That's impressive, man. Also, please don't talk about ages on stream. I know you're not actually 12, but I've heard about people getting like their accounts removed for like even joking about it. So please be careful. All right, I do like that. That looks nice. And apparently it's nighttime outside. And maybe, do we put a double chest at the foot of the bed? Do we do that? Do I not have any more of those on me? Where are we gonna put the ender chest though? I wanted to put one in here and there's not really room for it. Unless we do like a little alcove. Or maybe we hide it. All right, I know what I'm gonna do. We're gonna do like this. We're gonna put the walls there. Right here. All right, this we're gonna make. how's this look out here? I think I want to cover that up. So maybe we'll do like this. Nailed it. That's totally what I wanted. Maybe kind of like this is coming out the edge of the cave. And we can dig around it a little bit. So that should be blackstone. This can go. And we'll do stairs down on either side, probably. I just wanted to make sure that was covered. Do I have another one of those? Perfect. That'll do for now. We'll make this look nicer later. So here we're gonna do... You can verb any noun if you say it in the right tone. Oh no, that's not what I wanted. No, get out of there. There we go. All right, so now I'm gonna put the ender chest here. And I guess a crafting table would be handy there. So we'll just stick this crafting table in the corner. That goes back there. Oh, there's chests. Okay. So 1, 2. I knew I had some in here somewhere. So that there. That's just empty space. That's fine. And how does this look if... Oh, not like that. It's too tall. It's too tall. So that's just... Oh, why am I not using the axe? There we go. We'll just leave that like that. That's our little bedroom. Nothing crazy. I could put like some sort of painting on the wall, I guess, or banners. Don't have any banners right now. We could make this look cuter, but I think that'll do for now. I kind of actually want to raise the roof one. That'll do for now, except we're going to change more things. Just kidding. We're going to do a little bit more modification here. That and that. Okay, so if I need to bring this up one. Then this has to be more concrete powder. That'll be the wood, and this will be the logs going across. God, there's a huge plane going overhead. Oh my god, I keep placing it in the wrong spot. It's because I keep walking on and off the bed. That half a block. Okay. Now I like it. Come through here, yeah. Oh, dang it. No! I messed it up. I messed it up. Is that okay? Is the wall fixed? Alright. So that has to stay like that. But what if here we did more of the black stone walls? Like. And these would be have the little ridges in them. Oh, wait, not this one. This one has to stay. To match that. Ooh. Maybe we do. Like that. I'm thinking way too much. This is like overkill. It does not matter. I kind of want to put doors on it though. Right here. Maybe. Or should we elevate this up so that it's... like that. It takes so long for me to build because I do this. I do stuff like this. Give me blocks. Thank you. So I want that to also be raised up, I guess. Like that. Did my music stop entirely? There we go. I don't know why the music stopped. Speaking of books, I know I'm late to the party, but I downloaded Audible a couple weeks ago, and hoo-wee, I love it. I'm glad for you. Very happy for you. Can do like some slabs and stairs, I guess, around this. Or do we just uncover that part? Make that stripped logs as well. Nope. I don't know what I'm doing. It doesn't matter. It's just the cave. Leave it alone. Stop messing with it. Okay. I kind of feel like a 2x2 painting should go there now. Do I have any paintings? I have wool and I have sticks. So technically I have paintings. one wool. Sticks. I had sticks in here. Sticks! Painting. Perfect. Alright, and I don't want it to go there or there or there. So let's see if I can get a 2x2 painting. Perfect. That's not the one I want. That doesn't go with the colors. What are our options? Spider. Spider has the orange frame on it. I think that one's good. It goes with the colors already. It's got the black and the white. I've never looked at this painting before, really. I think that goes. That is a wonderful question, Jules, and I think that you should write Mojang about it. I think that they need to hear this complaint. Yes, absolutely feel free to make some emotes for the server. I don't know how many emote slots we get on the server because it's not like boosted or anything, but you can absolutely make some emotes for the server. You'll send them your fanfics. Oh, okay, that's the bedroom. That is the mine's bedroom. I think this area is mostly done for now. I have stuff to do over here. We gotta make this look nicer. I'll have to move all this around. I also want to make another ender chest because right now I only have the one in my inventory, and that's a problem because what if I break the one that I'm using accidentally and then I don't have the ability to access more of them? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And an eye of ender. See, we always keep extras. Always keep extra ender chests. That's what I always say. And I think now we should just go fix our inventory. I'm not gonna worry about down here. Everything looks nice if you don't look behind the doors. Oh, I'm excited to have like a nice mining shaft area. All right, shall we bring all my supplies back home and put all this stuff away? Oh yes, definitely. The plural is totally intentional. I can't imagine sleeping under a wither portrait, right? Guys, we haven't done the wither on here, but I'm not afraid of the wither anymore. I'm not afraid anymore. We could go collect skulls and prepare for doing some wither fights, maybe with Jules and Kong on another day. Is that what we should do today? Should we just go collect wither skulls? Is that what we should do? I want to put this concrete powder downstairs. Notebooks full, right? Concrete powder. Alright, now we got a million other things to put away. Let's see what we've got in here. I'm just gonna throw this here for now. Got some bones to put away and some gunpowder. Got some signs, those can go in here. I have any more doors to put away? I don't see any. Do I put stairs in here? Stairs. Where are the slabs? Slabs? Slabs. Lanterns. I think I'm gonna put the lanterns in my ender chest. Because I was using a lot of these, so we'll put that there. Surely we already have 3 between us. We should do multiples though, because they're not a big deal. They're the wither fight right now on bedrock is really easy because the skulls don't give you the withering effect. Can we get a Discord channel for Jules fanfics? Those are for me and God, as Jules says. Yeah, let's just, Jules can keep those to herself. We'll have to age restrict that area. Oh gosh, you guys. You're wild. You're wild. You crazy kids. And your fan fictions. Wild. Open. 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 It's dark. Why you still closed? Why? Why? See, outside, dark. Flower should be open. Alright, I'm gonna turn around, and when I come back, it's gonna be open, ready, and open. No. Silly flower. Tricks are for kids. Hi, Iron Knight. Hello, hello. Matt. Has anyone been having fun with those certain words yet this stream? I don't know what you're talking about. We did invent a new word today, though. A new term. Instead of an ad break, we now have Thad breaks, where Thad takes a break and you guys watch Thadvertisements if you're not subscribed. Oh, I know what words you're talking about. Don't use those words. Please don't get yourself banned by the bot. Please, because I'm worried that if you get banned by the bot, you're gonna get banned elsewhere by other people who use the bot. Please don't intentionally get Seribot to ban you. And plus, it gives Jules more work than she needs. Alright, we're putting stuff away. Oh my god, I keep getting distracted. Alright, where do we put the blackstone? Blackstone goes in here. Blackstone. Blackstone, blackstone. Nope, that's my shovel. Give me that back. And one of these has a whole bunch of blackstone in it too. Should we just put all of this in there? Why are there so many blackstone walls? Then there's regular slabs, polished slabs, brick slabs. Goodness. Goodness. And the stairs. Ooh, I forgot about the gilded blackstone. Oh, we already have a shulker with a bunch of it. Okay, let's put that down. We're just gonna transfer all this into this one for now. What are these slabs? I'm gonna put these slabs in here. I think it's really funny when you land in ban purgatory forever. Your unbanning phase is over. So that's it. If you get yourselves accidentally banned, that's it. You're banned forever, guys. So, Tempt Seribot at your own risk. I already have a full sleepwalking, sleep-talking persona. Don't make it worse. Oh, hey Hunter, how's it going? You're good? I'm glad to hear it. We're just having fun right now. Having a grand old time. I'm trying to organize my inventory. That's what I'm doing. Everybody else is being silly. Alright, we have a bajillion cobblestone stairs now. Give or take. At least half a bajillion. Where do we put those? Cobblestone stairs go in here. Okay, regular cobble goes there. That's deep slate. That goes here. That's an awful lot of deep slate. I should probably put some of that back into the storage in the mine area. Wood. We are putting all the excess wood here. This stuff can go downstairs with all the odds and ends. We got some more chests. I got 4 on me. That's more than enough. That's plenty of pale oak saplings. Goodness gracious me. Some moss carpets. Those can go here. Nope. Here. Sticks. What? Alright, that one's empty now. Put that in the bedroom because there's already 4 empty shulkers in my ender chest. Nope. There we go. I've got some item frames to put away. I believe I usually keep those in here. Do I have any more lights to put away? Lanterns there. Perfect. Chests can go there. Signs. So many signs. Fences. Does that fit? Furnace, empty glass bottles, planks go here, flowers, nope, flowers, and the leaves. Do I have a place for leaves? Leaves. And oh, that's more than a stack of these. I guess I can go throw those in the other chest with all the saplings in here. And all that can go back in here too for making our trees. Alright, inventory's looking good. No, seriously, should we go and collect some whatchamacallit? Wither skulls. I scare Quinn almost every night. Oh dear. Oh dear. To be fair, I had no idea it would do that. Oh, with the bot auto banning. I had someone whine at me because they were banned in my stream. I have a shared ban list with most of the other Sudoku streamers, and they got banned elsewhere. Ah. So they got themselves banned somewhere, and these are probably trusted streamers that you share an account with, share the ban list with. I forgot that was a thing. I remember when that began being a thing. I'm a little nervous though, because I feel like people get like joke banned places sometimes, and I don't want. That makes me a little nervous that someone might get banned elsewhere just because we were playing around, you know? Jojo, go get unbanned in the other stream and I'll consider it. How did they even, like, tell you that they were banned if they were already banned? Were they, like... Where they like, was it a unban request? Like in tight-knit communities like that, don't mess around. If you're getting banned somewhere like permanently, it's probably for a reason. Like mentioning certain words. Yeah, that may or may not get you banned here. We say that it's just the demons coming out to stretch their legs. Oh, Jules. People are wild. All right. Yeah, I wanna go and see if we can get some wither skulls. That's gonna require finding a nether fortress. We're gonna bring a couple things so we can make the little hidey holes. Couple stacks. We need more arrows. I have more arrows than that, right? Yes. All right, I'm gonna put a few stacks of these in here for replenishing. We'll take 2 stacks with us. He almost certainly deserved it, but also the ban probably wasn't that serious. Automod. I don't even have the automod settings that wild. But apparently he's a troll is something that automod's like, that's offensive. That's offensive. He likes to think he's a troll. He calls himself Chaos. It's all pretty weak and, to be honest, kind of sad. Oh, dear. Some people, man. Bullying! Honestly, that's probably what it got flagged for. Do you reckon I do VGM request in Joe's Discord with that song? I don't know if that technically, like it isn't a video game, but it's a video game that has a lot of, like, real-world songs in it. So I don't know if that would count as a VGM stream. Matt's talking about, To All of You by Sid Mathers, I think it is, which is in Life is Strange. I immediately knew what song that was. I was like, oh my god, you're playing Life is Strange. You gotta be playing. This isn't in another video game, right? That soundtrack, I love the soundtrack to that game, but it's not, like, really... If it's in the game, if it's in the game, it's in the game, as EA says. Alright. It's a really good song. I just don't know. I don't know how Joe would feel about it. It's a good song, great game. I gotta replay it. I think we're gonna end up doing a playthrough. I know I started playing Life is Strange on stream, but I have it on my Switch, and my capture card doesn't work. There's something up with my computer. I think it's power-based, because sometimes, like, my screen will just go out. So I think there is a power issue on my computer. So my capture card doesn't work anymore. It, like, makes the video all weird. I think because it's drawing too much power. That's just my theory as somebody who knows nothing about building or repairing computers. So I gotta get that fixed, but that costs money. So that's not on the top of my priority list, especially this time of year. So eventually I'll get the computer looked at. But in the meantime, I can't use my capture card. I'll have to probably get the game on Steam again. So I think we're gonna do a Life is Strange playthrough. Start with that one, then do Before the Storm, because Jules says I have to play that. I started playing like Before the Storm as well, but oh my god, Chloe was so whiny in the beginning. I was like, I can't deal with this. I can't deal with this. So we'll probably go through them. Life is Strange 4 continues to bring the heat with an amazing soundtrack. Yes. Love it. So we'll probably go. She's going through a lot. Okay, I know. I believe that. I just couldn't tolerate it at the time. I was like, I can't deal with this right now. And then I never came back to it because I have the attention span of a gnat. Yeah. So we'll probably get those games again on Steam in the near future. Whenever I get tired of playing Minecraft again. I'm personally very defensive of Chloe because I see a lot of myself in her. Fair enough. Fair enough. I feel like I see a lot of myself in Max, so. And not just the camera thing. Hey, Elton, how are you? Lovely to see you. So, yeah, I think we're going to the Nether. I think we're going to the Nether, folks. We've got totems. We've got a shield. We've got some fire resistance potions somewhere here. We'll bring a few of those. Should we just brew? Let's brew a few more. Brew. 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 And I need to replenish my bottles, so while this is going, let's take these bottles outside and fill them. Oh, inventory's full. Get back here. Get back here. Ah. Yep. Nailed it. Oh no, it's too many. We'll put 2 of them back in the thing. Or 3 of them, rather. Alright, so next, magma cream. I'll be fine. Do you want to fall in love and destroy a small coastal town? Maybe. I'll check my schedule, see if we can fit that in. Let's grab a few more rockets too, just in case. 'Cause I think we're gonna have to fly around to find the Nether Fortress. I don't remember exactly where one is, but I know we have some nearby. Alright, 3 fire resistance potions. Maybe we should bring 6. Typical Monday. I feel that. And this is gonna stay in the hotbar, so we'll have Silk Touch. And I'm gonna want blocks on my hotbar. Guess we'll replace the torches with that. Alright, magma cream. Don't be getting distracted by a death portal this time. I'll do my best. But that's why we have the fire resistance potions, because I'm bound to get distracted. It's just the way my brain is. Ooh, is Matt gonna land? That's a cute little emote. Hopefully that one's not a Oh, is that an old emote? 2020 surprise. I know the new one that came out, some people are not too thrilled about because it's AI. And it's pretty obviously AI when you look at it. And it's just like, you couldn't have paid an artist to make this. Come on. There's like always 10 different graphic designers in your chat at any given moment. Like, let me make banners for you and stuff. I'm sure you could have found someone. That one's cute. The new one, a little trashy that it's AI. Pay artists, pay real people to make art. Real people, not computers. I feel very strongly about that. Anyway, we've got our fire resistance potions, right? 8 minutes apiece. That should be more than enough. I'm going to grab a shulker. We're going to put this down and put some of the fire resistance potions in there. We'll keep 2 backups for now. Pick this up. I like that emote. Hunter, that little purple guy. He's cute. Okay, we're going to the nether. We're going. Here we go. Let's go. To the nether. Here we go. To the nether. Here we go. I'm gonna set my spawn at this bed in case we die, then we're nearby the portal. Why am I picking up these trees? Set spawn. Nope, set spawn. There we go. I had to do an AI training module for work, and all the art for it was AI generated. It was bad. Oh, God. We're in the wall. I thought something bad was happening. It was bad art, like obvious issues in every image. Nowhere in the module was it like, see how dangerous it can be to be dependent on AI? All it said was, all the images in this module are generated by AI. Isn't that neat? Yeah, Matt. You mean the real people on Discord that always message about their art, which is seriously made by them and not AI? Yeah, no, it's so obvious when it's AI. If you actually look at stuff, it's like so obvious when it's AI. Some of it's not obvious, though. I have to be honest. Some of it is pretty convincing. But a lot of the time, the stuff that people throw together in a matter of seconds, it's like, that's so clearly AI. Why is the hand like this? Like, why are the fingers? Why does it have an extra finger? Why is the arm just floating and they have another arm right here? Like it's a lot more obvious when it's real life things like people. But, or, oh my God, how about Facebook is just a cesspool of AI generated images now. And it'll be like, look at this incredible landscape. And it's like so obviously not real. Like the colors don't make sense. And like it's like dark but there's a rainbow, like stuff like, yeah, it looks cool but it's not real. I need you to understand that this is not a real thing. Or all of the older relatives that'll share like pictures of these triplets just celebrated their 100th birthday and it's fully AI generated people. Facebook is like AI. Yeah, it's just a mess. It's a disaster. I think I only keep my Facebook for my business, my photography business. I still have my photography page on there, and that's where I have most of my reviews. So, like, I keep it for the business side of things, but real life stuff on Facebook, I'm just like, guys, what are you doing? What is this? It's a sewer of misinformation. Yes, and 20-year-old memes. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I haven't seen that one specifically, Matt, but it's just whenever you see something that's been shared and it has so many Jojo. When you log in and your whole feed is just flooded with posts that are very, very clearly fake pictures. And people are like, this is amazing. God is great. I'm like, God didn't make this, a computer program did. But anyway, I digress. Please pay real people to make art. Rather than, you know, draining tons of electricity to generate a not even good-looking picture. Your gamer girlfriend. Or argumentative guy. Instagram now has AI character profiles. Oh, that's what that is. Yeah. Please also talk to real people. Jove! Hello, Jove. I hope you're doing well. Oh, sorry. Oh my gosh. Which way am I going? This way, just down. This just in. Zeri is actually AI. In case y'all were wondering. Oh, I do have a potion down here. I was thinking we should have some. Alright, we're gonna have to do a little bit of flying, I think. I wonder if I should put this there for now. In my offhand, just in case. Alright, let's fly. Ooh, fossil. Oh, this is jazzy. Funky. Now the question is, will we be able to find our way home? I guess that's something I'll worry about when the time comes. Ugh, the nether fog is brutal. Like, where is anything? I can't see. Alright, so... Oh, God. Oh, this is apparently new terrain? Alright, so which way is this? Is this also negative? I guess we'll keep going this way for a bit. Oh no. This is fine. This is fine. Totally fine. Everything's fine. Has anyone seen another fortress? I feel like I should have collided with one by now. I have the potion on my hotbar. I'll drink it if I need to. My hands are sweaty because we're in the nether. I'll use it if I have to. I don't want to waste it right now. Let's go this way. I honestly can't believe we haven't come across a fortress. Oh, there's a bastion. Is this a new area? Oh, this lava is just coming down now. This might not be explored. There might be another copy of Pig Step in there. All right, we're gonna screen cap this. And we'll come back to it. Aw, that opening is kind of like a heart. Cute. Oh. Oh no. Okay. Alright, we're drinking the potion. We're drinking the potion. We're fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. This is fine while literally burning. Totally fine. No, really, where in the world is the Nether Fortress? Zeri with the fire. Okay, bye. Where is the Nether Fortress? Give me a Nether Fortress. I feel like the fog is to blame. Where? This is why you need custom magic portals, so you only have to fly somewhere once. Oh, if only I thought of that before I started playing Bedrock. The Nether Fortress is in that part of the Nether that we are not in. Yes, there's probably several of them. You know what? Maybe because we had to reset part of the world, maybe that's why lava's coming down. I don't think we messed with things when we reset the chunks in the overworld. Did that affect the Nether? Is that how it works? Maybe that reset part of the Nether. Alright, let's go this way. How's my wings? They're fine. Alright, have we gone this way? I don't think we've flown through much of this yet. That was some not fancy flying. Oh. There wasn't a wall there a second ago. Okay, we can't go that way. Oh my god, immediately into the lava. I can't even get out of it. Oh my god, let me out. Hoagie, hello Hoagie, how you doing, bud? Happy Monday. Can't see anything on Google to say that resetting the overworld will affect the Nether. I don't know, weird. Like, some of that we definitely explored, and that one bastion seemed really close to be something we haven't explored before, you know? But what do I know? I know nothing. I know nothing. Floating trees. I don't know how we haven't come across the fortress yet. There's another bastion. This isn't the same one I just took screenshots of, right? Pictures. Yes, definitely. You know what? That's totally what happened here. Somebody asked Pencils to give me the Nether Fortresses back, please. Also, we're about to start an ad break. No, we're at a completely different set. -10, 17. So this is different. That's a different one. All right, let's... We're about to have an ad break, folks. Oh, if I don't die first. We might... I think I'm going to take a break with it and use the restroom quick. But that's in a couple minutes. So let's see if I can get somewhere to give us a vantage point. Ah. Really? Piglins. Gas. Tons of Enderman. We'll keep looking. I'm determined. That's what I want to do today, is get some wither skulls. How's my elytra? Is at about half, a little more than half health. Durability, whatever it's called. Yes, I found the tall boys. Indeedly do. You have the coordinates for... Oh! For how we get out of here? Is that what you're talking about? What was that? Why was there angry noises? Why was there angry noises? Oh, that was almost quite the drop. Oh. Ah, no, stay away from me, piggies. Look at him over there with his little block. Look at him. Oh, and he's gone. Don't look at him. He doesn't like when you look at him. Does this go anywhere? No? Okay. We're gonna stick ourselves in this little corner and take the break. I'll be back in just a couple of minutes. We back. The Thad break is over. I hope you didn't get too many Thad advertisements. Should I change the Seribot message to say we're taking a Thad break? No, that would be silly. I don't think everybody would understand that. Oh, wrong way. Ooh, the event's gonna be starting soon. Look at that. 2 hours. Should we do that on stream? Not today, because by the time that starts, we're gonna be around the time we wrap up. You got none? Nice. I'm glad you didn't get any advertisements. But maybe tomorrow we might do this. Oh wait, tomorrow's Tuesday. Kong is off. So I don't know. If we do stream tomorrow, it's usually an not an advertisement stream. Afternoon stream if Kong's home. Because we usually take our time in the morning. We get some breakfast and watch some TV together. That's usually what we do on Kong's days off. He got 2 days off this week. He got yesterday. That afternoon. You tried. You tried. I think Cathernoon kind of works a little better. Cathernoon. Yes, he does deserve an extra day. He usually only gets 1 day off a week, which is not enough. That boy works too much. Alright, where are we? I don't understand why that hoglin's over here. This is not the biome for hoglins. Alright, eat some food. Replenish the rockets. And we fly. Oh. Actually feel like we're going in circles over here. Let's go this way. This opened up a little bit. Oh, that's a wall. Those are blocks. You can't fly through them. They are solid. Yo, where have all the nether fortresses gone? Do-do-do, do-do-do. Do-do-do. How have we not come across one? I bet if I could see further in the nether without the fog, we'd have found one by now. And I don't think they spawn in all biomes. I thought it was one, but it was just netherrack. Like, I don't think they necessarily spawn in, what is this even called? Oh, where are you? Nether fortress, I would love to explore a nether fortress. Oh, nope, that's just blocky blocks. Looking vaguely like the structures we're looking for. and then, you know, not loading. Not loading's fun. I love it when the world doesn't spawn in and I potentially die. What in the world is this bastion right now? What is this? Oh, I guess it's just supporting like a walkway. Is this another one we haven't found? The gas just floating around up there. I guess I'm slightly out of range for it. Okay. I'm not seeing anything sticking out, so let's keep flying. I'm running a little low on rockets now. Definitely gonna have to grab some out of the ender chest. There's one. Nope, that's another bastion. This is a huge bastion. I feel like this one's gigantic. You can't even see it here because of the fog. Kind of wanted to grab a screenshot of it so we can come back to it. Oh god. Oh god. It froze up when I tried to take the screenshot. Just, you know, head first into a bastion. That's how I want to die. Not even from the mobs, just collision. Let's land for a second. Please don't. Please go away. Thank you. Gas tier? Tier. We got a tier. Okay, I think let's dig into a wall real quick. I gotta be fully covered because otherwise the piglins might try to attack me for opening my ender chest. Stack of rockets. Let's also do this for all the little odds and ends we've been picking up. Now we'll have almost 2 stacks again. Anything else I need out of here? No. Yeah, you gotta protect yourself in the nether. You never know what's gonna come out of the woodwork. Something sounds angry, but I don't think anything is. Ugh. Is that just you making that noise? How's my wings? They're about half. Oh my god. Immediately collide with the one floaty block. I can't believe that wasn't another fortress. I'm like so mad that this bastion exists. Where is the nether fortress? We're gonna spend the entire stream just looking for it. I bet I have coordinates for one somewhere in my notes too. Or in a screenshot. I just kind of expected to fly into one by now, you know? Ah, I needed the world to load in. I was like, I'm gonna collide with something. I can feel it. No, go away. Leave me alone. Ugh. Let's land for a second and let things load in. Oh, the game's been so slow. Why? Oh, what did I do? Did I almost do something? Was it dangerous? Sorry, guys. Flying around isn't super easy. Like, what is this? Why is this shaped like it would be? Alright, so I guess we gotta keep going this way for now. Ah! Nothing over here. Oh! That one! Finally! Finally, we've done it. Oh, why did I land right on the blaze spawner? Whose idea was that? Okay, let's land here for a moment. Sweaty hands, sweaty hands. Ugh. Okay, and I'm gonna put the coordinates down. Screenshot. Screenshot. It's very dark. Is it very dark or is it just me? Let's dig in through here. Oh no. We're being withered. This is fine. This is fine. We have thing. Nope. 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 We don't have shield. We don't have shield. Put shield back. Shield back. Totem. Chest plate. Okay. Safe now. Safer. Alright. Exit. We don't need to know where the exit is. We can just dig our way out. Alright. I want a torch for a second. Just because it's kind of dark. And blocks. Okay. Time to fight some withers. Yes, we're gonna be absolute babies about it. Come here. That's blazes. I don't really need blazes. I also don't really need a bunch of stone swords either. Oh my god, I forgot about your pasta. Ah! I forgot about the pasta saga. Pasta saga. Pasta saga. Pasta saga. I'm sorry, words don't sound like words right now, apparently. Are there any out here? No? Okay. Maybe Jules will share the story. If she is so inclined. Oh, hi. Rude. Very rude. It's scary in here. Not a big fan of that. Also, it's dark. We're gonna put another one of these. Burp. And I think I'm also gonna set up with a couple of doors like this to break line of sight with stuff. If needed. Heidi Hut. Heidi Hut General. Burp, burp, burp. Burp, burp. Ah! That was a reaction. To just an arrow. Like, I'm the world's most... It's like not even a wither. So Jules' story about all the pasta. My BF got guilted into taking home an enormous double tray of eggplant parm and broccoli chicken alfredo from his work's holiday party because they way over-ordered on catering. So we had to cut it all up in slices and store it in the freezer. I don't even know how you had enough room in your freezer or enough Tupperware for such a large amount of food. Hi, Wither Skeleton. You want to come down here and say hi to me on my terms, which is safely behind here? Hello. There you are, friend. Come right this way, please. Have we gotten any skulls yet? No, we haven't. But also, maybe I should be trying to repair the elytra while we're here. Had to rearrange everything. Took all the containers we had. Oh my god. I also had to eat a piece of it right then and there. Oh dear. Well, I hope that he'll think twice before agreeing to take home leftovers in the future. Especially such an enormous amount of leftovers. Like, that... That's wild. Alright, there's a zombified piglin and a zombified piglin in here. No wither skeletons, though. I know, but at what cost? At what cost? At the cost of all your freezer space. That's at what cost? Oh, hello. Hi. Yeah? Unfortunately, a lot of homeless shelters in the area don't accept food that isn't made on the premises. Oh. I wonder if you could still, if you're willing to part with your Tupperware, like, pass it out. Like, if you heat it up and then just go hand it out to people. Is that allowed? Who's gonna stop you? But that's a bummer that you couldn't, like, just donate it somewhere. Just host a pasta party. That makes sense. That makes sense. I guess you're just stuck with 1,000,000 pounds of pasta. Hope you like pasta. Oh, there's a wither skeleton. It's hard to see them. They blend in to all the darkness here. That's probably why it's so dingy in here. Put that back. And combine these two annoying bows that I didn't ask for. And fight tall boy. Oh, can you not fit through there? Oh, I didn't realize you couldn't fit through there. The eggplant parm is just casserole style, so there's no pasta with it. Ah. You're gonna be so sick of pasta by the end of this. That's the end of it? Oh, no, it's not the end of it. Put some torches. Oh, there's already a torch there. That was silly. Torch. Does this keep going? Stairs. Goodness. Okay, I'll put that one there. Torch. And whatever happened here. Were these? Maybe this is one we've been in already and someone's been here. Because, like, why is stuff blocked off? If not for this reason. Pop, pop, pop. Where's all the wither skeletons? Where have all the wither skeletons gone? Does this end right here? Okay, nothing that way. I'm gonna get lost. I need to put torches. So it came from that way. This is gonna go there then. This is gonna go there. And this is gonna go there. Any more? Just more staircase. This doesn't go anywhere. I knew that. Alright. So I'm just gonna put this on the wall to light it up. What's this way? We must have been here in this one before. That's the only thing that makes sense with all these. There's one. There's a wither skelly. Anything down this hallway? Let's just block this off. Like so. Like so. Come here. Oh, you can't get to me from there, can you? How sad. Can I still go down the stairs? I can. Alright, you stay over there. I don't want to accidentally hit you. No skull. Where's all the wither skeletons? This is outrageous. I think I can go down that, but I don't think they'll be able to. Oh, where'd you come from? Where did you come from? Did you just float down here? Oh, even I can't fit down that one. So let's do... Boop, boop, boop. No wither skellies? Okay, bye. I'm not saying that. Wait, apparently the pescatarian god will. I'm a black hole when it comes to food, especially veggies. Ah! Rude. I was trying to read my chat. Very rude. I'm gonna hide in here. Hunter, you didn't miss very much. We finally found a another fortress, so I'm trying to get some wither skellies, but this is proving to be a little more difficult. Do they still spawn in the... Oh, there's some blazes. Do they still spawn in? Like, their spawns aren't based on light levels, right? We're trying to get some wither skeleton skulls because we're going to eventually do a wither fight. Oh, hi. Are all my wither skellies just outside right now? Is that where you're all spawning? Oh, God. There is one. Can he get to me? There was one up there. Oh, hi. Oh, no. For a second, I thought I'd accidentally hit a piglin. A zombified piglin. Come here. Oh, you withered me. You jerk. How dare. How very dare. You didn't drop a skull though, did you? So no skulls just yet. Hi. Apparently they can spawn outside. Okay, bunch out there. Bunch of monsters, I mean. Not seeing wither skeletons, though. Just some blazes. That's just lava. Nothing here, but I am gonna get rid of some junk. I wonder if they're all taking up the mob cap. Maybe I should try killing some of them. And missing because they're moving. Got him. Excuse me. That's pretty rude. Come on, though, Wither Skellies. Where are you? I haven't even gotten a single skull yet. Where are you? There's one. Two. Alright, apparently they have no problem spawning out there. Oh, a skull! Thank you. Haha. I am cute. Hee hee. It actually goes great with my armor, I must say. I look cute. But that's not very safe. Let's put the gold helmet back before I come across a piglin. Oh, hello, Mr. Blaze. How are you? Oh. Didn't see you there. Goodbye. Realizing now that my little hidey hole things actually obscure my ability to see. So let's get rid of those. There's one. Oh, you can wither me from there, huh? Burp, 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 burp. Oh, we're fine. I thought we were taking way more damage than that. Oh, hi. Rude. Any more? Any more friends? There's a friend. Ah! Angry friend. I thought I saw a skeleton there. Alright, so this is the other side. We can go down here. Alright, so we can check that area now and be relatively safe about it. Nothing out there. Put that in here. My eyes are starting to hurt me. They are dry. I should have put some eye drops in. Anything down here? Haven't been down here. Hydrate. Yes, we should hydrate. That is, you're so right. You're so right, Hunter. We should hydrate our bodies. I'm just gonna put up a couple safety poles here. Oh no, I'm completely lost. There's torches all over the place. Who did this? Hello, skellies. Don't mind me. I gotta hydrate. Go away. I gotta hydrate. Oh no, there's more coming that way. Let's run away to where it's safer. Nope, that's not safer. One moment, please. We will hydrate in a timely manner, I promise. There's just lots of monsters right now, apparently. Everybody's everywhere. Okay, is this a safe little corner? Woo! Hydrate! Everybody hydrating? Grab your waters. We gotta hydrate, gotta hydrate. I just spilled so much water. No! I'm trying to hydrate here. Oh my god, my shirt is all wet now. Ah. I have trouble, like, liquid in mouth sometimes. Goodness. Joe! Rawr. How you doing, Joe? How's it going? Drinking disorder strikes again. Yes. I heard that sometimes it can be like an ADHD thing to have like trouble with that. Ah! I'm on fire. Just starting to tune everything up. Oh, Joe's getting ready for stream, guys. Because it's Monday. So it is a morning stream. I'm still getting used to the new schedule. Sometimes I forget about the new schedule. What was that? Was that a skelly? Was that a wither skelly? Or a regular skelly? Dang it, I saw something move. Just a regular skelly. Still only one skull. Sad day? It's Monday. Ah! Where are they? Oh, I don't want to shoot him. I'm gonna accidentally hit the piglin. You come here. Wow. Get wrecked. Oh, that conflicts with your modding schedule today, Keldon. I guess having too many amazing streamers to watch is kind of a good problem to have. In a way. It's like, oh, woe is me. There's too much good content. I don't know what to watch right now. Oh, another skull. Can we get a second one from this guy? No. No such luck. Just the one. So now we have two. Oh, here's another guy. Come on, give me your skull. Ah! Rude. Very rude. Oh, I can't see you. Get you. No? No skull? Can you stop lighting things on fire, please? Quit throwing a little tantrum over here. Wither skellies, where are you? I miss you. I want to be friends. And definitely not take your skull. That's totally not what I want. No, go away. Nothing that way. There's one down there, but how do I get to you from here? I don't think I can. I think this all cuts off. But there's my friends. They're down there. How do I get to you? Do any of these stairs lead that way? Oh. Hello. No skull? No skull. Oh, there's stairs here. I didn't notice those stairs. Okay. That's good to know. And let's do like this. And let's put down a torch because it's dark and I can't see anything. And put that back to food. It's still very dark down there. Maybe I can get them to run toward me. What if we do like this? Do. Nope. Like that. Everybody this way. All the wither skeletons on me. Hey, party this way. Conga line. Kind of worked. Oh, Keldon with the Q drop. Keldon with the Q drop. All right. Can I take you out? Come here, little wither skelly. Get your drops in, friends. It is time. It is time for a Q drop. Exclamation. Oh, skull, skull, skull. We got a skull. We got a skull. We got a skull. Hold on. Let's go somewhere that's a little safer and I'll get my drop in. This, not safe. This, safer. We're fine here. Get your drops in. I just discovered a feature in my iPad. Oh, that's nice. You can have multiple apps open at once. That's fun, Hunter. That's a good thing to discover. All right, get your drops in, exclamation point drop, and an emote of your choice, and we'll all drop together. I'm gonna do tappies, the Jessie taps. I'm gonna set a timer for 3 minutes. Set timer 3 minutes, please. Thank you. All right, friends, you got 3 minutes to get your drops in. And I'm gonna keep looking for more wither skellies. Oh, I see one down there. Right past this blaze. This is fine. So we've got 3 skulls. That's 1 whole wither. this way. I don't think we've been this way, really. Is there anything in this chest? No. Now there is. This is a huge fortress, I feel. I feel like it's a gigantic one. Skull, skull, skull. Skellies. Skellies, where are you? I feel like we should do a few withers if we're gonna do one. We should do more than one. Maybe. Just a thought. Oh my god. Oh my god! This is fine. I didn't know there was a wither behind them. 2 withers at that. Oh god, stop catching me on fire. Please? Please stop? Please do stop. Please. Everything's fine. This is totally fine. Nothing to worry about. Just a skeleton shooting at me as well. Totally fine. That's our alarm, folks, for the drop. Are there any more wither skellies in here? No? Okay, we gotta do our drop. Let me get this guy real quick. Oh god, where'd you all come from?
Right.
Where did you just come from? Where did they just come from? Did they just magically spawn in there? Ooh. Get this guy too. Alright, I feel like this is a relatively safe spot. Kind of. Let's drop, baby! Everybody got their drops in? We're dropping. In. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go. We're dropping. Look at us go. Look at us go. What'll happen now? Zeri with the chaos bits. Thank you, Zeri, for contributing to the chaos. We greatly appreciate it. Let's see how things play out here. Well, right now we're all on the wrong side. Joe's trying. Joe's trying. Zeri's trying. We had 0 successful landings there, folks. Unfortunate. Oh, hi. Bye. Well, chaos wins. Chaos wins today. That's what that means. So clappies for chaos. I wanted more skulls because I figured that way we could do... That way we could do multiple withers. But we're not really coming across very many wither skeletons today. Might have to do a little more of this. I see some down there. How do we get down there again? Was it this way? One of these led downward. I think it's this one. Yes. This one has the staircase down. Alright, I see some skellies. Could you not? Could you not? I'm just gonna... Goodbye. Nope, no skull there. Any more withers out this way? There's a regular skelly. Leave me alone. How do we go back up? There's the stairs. Where'd the other one go? Wasn't there two? Oh, there he is. Weird little bit of lag there. Many zombified piglins, but limited number of withers. Wither skeletons. Oop. Alright, let's go up. Is that the end of my blocks? Ah! Ah! You know what? The fire lights up the hallway just fine. Perfect. Oh, sometimes there's one here, but there's not. I don't want to destroy the blaze spawner. What if I need the blaze spawner? What if I need the blaze spawner? They'll still spawn in regardless. Like, the spawner will make more of them, but blazes spawn in here anyway, without this, even without the spawner. So that wouldn't really solve my blaze problem. None out here. Wow. Any over here? Nope. Where have all the wither skellies gone? Oh, we're on another ad break, guys. Sorry, I should have snoozed that. Oh, hi. I feel like we just took a break. There we go. Like, any second now, I'll stop burning. Nothing this way. Oh, hello. What is this? Oh, I picked that up instead of the blocks I had. I see. Okay. Hi. Hi. Where are your friends, the wither skeletons, huh? Instead of just regular skeletons, could we get some wither skeletons up in here? Can they not spawn based on light level? I wonder if the light level does affect them. This way. That might be why I'm not getting them so much. I was going to kill him with my sword so that I had a better chance of getting a skull, you jerks. Oh, many magma cubes. So many magma cubes. Alright, we're going back up the stairs. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. So many. Terrifying sounds outside. That wasn't me. I had nothing to do with it. Thought I would have more stuff to dump out. Wither skellies, I miss you. Alright, that would give them a little bit of room to spawn down there, if that's what's affecting it. Oh no, oh no. Did anyone else see that? Do I have a whole bunch of angry piglins after me? I don't know why I hit him. I didn't mean to. But I think we're okay. Nobody else seems mad at me. Nobody, no witnesses. No witnesses. No witnesses. Oh. Oh, there goes Jove. Come on, Jove. Get in the snow pile. You can do it. Bounce off that far wall. Come on, get in there. Get in there. Come on. Oh, so close. That was such a close one. None of you guys are mad at me? Cool. Gonna get your butt kicked. Saw that coming. No skelly. I mean, no skull. Just a skelly. Oh god, so many blazes. Ugh. I don't need the totem. It's on my hotbar just in case, but we're good. We're fine. Oh, Hunter landed. Very nice. Clappies for Hunter. It's a pretty good one. 84. What are our top scores right now for the past 24 hours? So this will include yesterday's afternoon stream too. Hello. Hello, Mr. Enderman. So right now, Janny with their first drop was the high score of 98.9. So close to 99. Kong's drop yesterday of 98.44 is also up there. Then Matt, Rhodey, Hunter's drop just now. I believe that's that one. Or am I? Oh, it's 64. I thought it was 84. My eyes are terrible. And Mitchie has the lowest score. Number one, here I come. All right, come on. Come on, Hoagie. You can do it. Let's see it. Let's see it. Close. You did land. You did land. So clappies for Hoagie. Now let's see. Can Jules take first place right now? Ah! Everybody keeps coming in just to the side of Hunter. Clappies for Jules. Good work, friends. Good tries. All right, let's go again. Maybe if I take stuff out of this hall, they'll spawn in. Like, will that be dark enough for them to spawn? This is far enough away for them to spawn. I don't know if they even are affected by light level. Ooh, Zeri landed. Clappies for Zeri. Yeah, you currently got the high score. Did I drop? I want to drop. I don't know if I did. I may have already dropped. Let's try. There I go. There I go. Can I land in the snow pile? Can I take the #1 spot for today? Also, what are these? What is this gravity that allows snow to sit on top of the parachute? I would like to know. Oh, stuff spawned. I think that worked. I think that actually worked. Though they spawned next to the torch, so maybe not. Maybe I'm just imagining things. Nothing out there. Oh, good bot. Look at this guy clad head to toe in armor. Spooky sounds. So yeah, nothing seems to be spawning in these halls that I lit up. Except for blazes. And I think they can spawn anywhere. So let's see if this hallway thing, if this works. For now. Nothing in here? Just some blazes. Oh, oh, there's some skellies out there now. Regular skellies. Was it just the one? I thought it was two. Just one. There's... Oh, this is working, I think. Come here. Okay. So maybe we can get rid of these torches now. Inventory is a little too full now. Leave me alone. Go away. Let's put some stuff away. Let's put some stuff in here. Got a bunch of blaze rods. I can put away the extra arrows. Bones. So many bones. I want to hold on to the skulls because then we'll see how many skulls we have. Guess I'll leave those for blocks. And that's junk. I'm just gonna throw the junk down there. Good. Dang it. What was here? What did I have here before? Oh, my totem. Okay. I almost just attacked that zombified piglin. away. Okay, and there's all my wither skellies. Okay, guys, we figured it out. So our torches, I believe, were affecting things. Did I get any skulls out of that? I don't think so. Three skulls still. Alright, I do want to leave one torch just so I know which way to go. We'll get rid of some of the others. The surrounding torches. I think that's just lava from outside that's affecting this area. Okay, let's go back through. Leave me alone. Scary sounds. Alright, there's another blaze. Get out of here. Get out of here. Leave me alone. I can't see anything. And then we're back home. Not home, but like, this is what I'm considering base. Ugh. This is a heck of a task. But it should move faster now that I've done this. If that zombified pig will leave us. Still 3. That was quite the sight to see play out. I didn't know blazes attacked. I didn't know they fought each other. I didn't know they fought each other. Huh. Learned something. Alright. There was stuff spawning out here.
I'm a little bit. I'm a little bit. I'm a little bit of la 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 la. A little bit Alexis.
Thank you for that, Hunter. Thank you. Alright, nothing out there. We're going upstairs again. Alright, things wouldn't spawn in here from the lava. There's one. No skull. Regular skelly. Regular skelly. more junk to get rid of. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. And we go again. Get rid of him. And probably just picked up... No, I didn't pick up another... whatchamacallit. A lot of stuff going on in this corridor. Oh my god. Here's one. He's gonna fight you again. Kick his butt, Blaze. Kick his butt. Nothing up here. I'm like contemplating lighting this up so we don't have to keep coming up here. So let's do that. Let's put torches and we don't have to come up here and deal with getting rid of mobs that spawn up here. Really. There'll still be some. The blazes, mainly. I wonder if the wither skellies have their own cap, though. Oh, I think we just got another. We got another skull! Ah. There's two. No skull. This is definitely going a little quicker. Ooh! 5 skulls. Oh, didn't even see you there. Where'd you go? Come here. Don't see any. There's one. So we just needed to get rid of the lights, because apparently that prevents them from spawning. We learned something today. For some reason, I didn't think that light level affected mobs in the Nether, because it doesn't seem to affect all of them. Oh my god, there's a lot happening. That was a lot of fire. Come here. Oh, goodness. All right, so we've got 5 skulls. I'd like to get enough for at least 2 withers. Without having to use the wither skull I have on display. Oh, hello, Enderman. Enjoy your eggplant brick, Jules. let's give ourselves just a little hidey hole right here. Is that all I had for blocks? Now I'm down to nether bricks. Goodness. Oh, but there's a wither skelly. It's working. So PSA, light level affects wither skelly spawns. The more you know. That was weird. Okay, he's dead. Now when we come back through here, get rid of all this junk for one. There might be more on the other side. Maybe. Maybe not. Nope, just those guys. They can stay there. Oh, did Jove? Oh, Jove! Jove! I don't think I noticed you landed, did I? I didn't give you clappies. I'm so sorry. You took the #1 spot. I'm a little distracted in here because there's scary things. But that's not really an excuse. Look at all these guys. You want your clappies. There you go. Have your clappies. Terribly sorry I had made you wait. Getting so much coal. Okay, how do we get out of here? This way? There we go. There's my torch. Tall boy. No guys. Anybody this way? There's one. There's a wither skelly. I got withered. It happens. Very dark. Just a piglin. Anybody this way? Nobody that way. Alright, back to our initial area. Oh, hi. 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 Oh, God. Wither skellies, where are you? Wither skellies. There's one. Two. No skulls. Oh, we're up to 6 skulls. Okay. Very nice. That's what I wanted. Anybody out there? Not seeing anyone. So that's 2 withers. And I guess we could come back and do more of this. Hey, Maisie. Maisie. Welcome in. How you doing? Do we go a couple more? We could get enough for 3 withers. Potentially. Got a little more food. And I did want to repair the elytra more. So you know what? I think we go for another 3. Now that I feel like we're getting them a lot quicker now with this method. I just looked directly at him. Why is he not mad at me? Oh, you are mad? Where'd he go? He apparently was mad. I don't know where he went. But there's an Enderman out there and he's mad at me. Can't believe there's not more of them out here. Like, this is where I expected them to be. One more wither. Just Molly is fine. I'm afraid I probably won't remember, but you can remind me a few times until I do remember if you want. And it's not that your name's difficult. I just didn't know if it was Maze or Maisie. And I want to say the right thing, you know? It's your name. I want to get it right. Oh, hi. Hi. Excuse me. Pardon me. Another blaze. You're still not what I'm looking for. Nothing that way. Okay. Zombified piglins. Nothing this way. That's a dead end. Oh, God. That zombified piglin scared me. There's one. Give me your skull. Or not. Anybody down here? Hello? Lots of blazes. I've been pretty good. How have you been? Come here. And we're on fire again. Always on fire. Alright, let's check the other side. That's a regular skelly. Oh, there's some. You little feetsies. Go get your little feetsies. Not those little feetsies. Let's leave the piglin feetsies alone. Come on, give me your skull. It's a completely reasonable request. I think. Give me your skull. Nope, no skull. There's a couple. Beyond the regular skeletons, that is. Give me your skulls. Give me your skulls. I want your skulls. Not yours. I don't want your skull. Nope, still 6. Still got 6. Okay. Oh. Well, I hope things get better and that you can find some joy in things. Wither skellies. Wither skellies. Oh. Okay. Okay, there's a lot going on up here. It looks like there is a... Oh god, there's so many. There's so many. I found everybody. I found all the... You know what? We're drinking the potion. Haha! You can't hurt me now. Well, you can, but not really. You can only hurt me a little bit now. And at least I'll see through all the fire. I think there may have been a wither skelly over there. Yes, I see him. I see him. Oh god, there's several of them. Give me all your skulls. All of them. Oh, there's one. Got one. So we're up to 7 now. We need 2 more to make a 3rd wither. Any over here? None. Oh, there's one. But I can't get to him. Go away. You weren't invited. Oh, no. Go away. Alright, let's put that there. And then that'll be a little darker. Eat some food. There's one. Give me your skull. Yes! Skull. Is that 2 skulls? I think we got him. I think that was our 8th and 9th skull right there. In a row. Yes. Let's go. Let's go. That's actually pretty good timing. Now we go home. I believe Matt told me that he knew what the coordinates were for getting home. Who's... Do they not even fire at you if you have fire resistance? Like, how do they know? How do they know I have fire resistance? Apparently the Blaze does know all. I didn't know they know all, but they do. Okay, so this is the entrance to where we... Hello? Window shift snap. Hello? Screenshot? There it is. I think I was hitting Alt. And I think Matt said he knew... Where the coordinates were to get home? Matt, are you listening? Matt, I need your help. Matt, which way? I think we gotta go towards 0. And then that way? I think we gotta go that way. Matt! Help! Which way do I go? I assume it's towards 0, 0. So let's put the wings on. Let's put the totem there in case we crash into anything. We got a potion that's still in effect. And I need my rockets. I don't need torches, but we'll keep a few blocks just in case. Okay. App's not here to rescue me right now. So we're just gonna wing it. That was a huge fortress. Goodness. Ah. Can we please move forward? Goodness. Alright, that's toward home. Eat some food. Yerp. Oh my god, there's so many gas. Matt's not helping me. I don't know where the coordinates are. We'll figure it out. We'll find our way home. We don't need no help. I imagine we'll eventually come across something that looks familiar. Ah! Oh god. That was scary. Like this. This is Kong's portal. There we go. See? We didn't need any help. I am a strong, independent Cathedora. Should we go replenish the potions we took from Jules? See? You returned it. We're home. Yay. We survived the nether. We didn't even need any rescuing, guys. How wild is that? We didn't even need anyone to rescue us. Oh, we got phantoms. It's fine. We're almost home. That back. Let's sleep. Get rid of the phantoms. Pro. That's me. Professional. And we had skulls, but let's see. Oh, we did have one extra wither skull in my bag of heads. But now we have 10 wither skulls. And the one on the bedside table, or the bureau, I guess. This is kind of like a bureau. Modded Minecraft. I don't play modded myself. Modded confuses me a little bit. It's a little overwhelming. There's just so much happening, you know? Alright, let's put these. That's good. That's all the extra ones. Got a stack of those. Can put my helmet back on. We've got the wings on. I'll keep the chest plate in our inventory. The piglin protection helmet can go back in here. We'll replenish the rockets there. That'll be our stack. We can make some more. This is trash. We got 1 million blaze rods. Like, so many blaze rods. Put that there, and that. We're gonna burn both of those. And I guess we'll put the blaze rods. Do I have them up here? I don't have any in the storage. I guess I've been keeping them all in with that, but let's put some of them in here. Because I know there's more in this shulker too. So many blaze rods and arrows and everything. Goodness gracious. Let's put this here. And that there, and that there. Is that everything in this shulker? It appears to be. Now, is there room in here for that? There is. We can put all the bones. You know what? I think I'm going to turn these bones into bone meal and then into bone blocks. So many. My goodness. Okay, I think we've got enough bones and bone meal for a while. We can put the nugget somewhere. And what's in this random bundle? Bunch of odds and ends. So blaze rods I'm gonna put in here. That's extra blaze rods. We've got a little bit of rotten flesh to put away. We've got a gas tier to put away. A little bit of gunpowder. I'll put the sticks in there for now. We'll put that. Arrows here. Ten wither skulls. Woo! How do I have a bag of heads? Because these are just the ones you can get in the game. So the wither skeletons, those just drop. Those drop from the wither skeletons on a low drop from when you kill them. The dragon heads I got from the front of ships in the end. And then these three you can get when a charged creeper blows up a mob. You can get skeleton, zombie, and creeper heads. And recently they added, in one of the last updates, to get piglin heads. So you can get piglin heads by blowing them up with a charged creeper as well. So we might do that one day to get some piglin heads. Their little ears move. It's so cute. But yeah, this is all vanilla. All vanilla, baby. I have posted my eggplant break in the Discord. All right. Excellent. For everybody who wants to see Jules's massive amount of eggplant parm, now you can. All right, I'm hitting a wall like mentally right now, so I think we're gonna wrap things up. Let's just finish putting away this. I guess we'll turn that into coal blocks. There we go. Nether wart I'll just stick in here. The empty bottles can go there, and the gold and iron nuggets can go in here. Beautiful. Oh, we still have nether bricks. And I don't have my regular blocks. Hold on. I'm gonna put that there. We'll trade. That can go there. Now we're back where we belong with our inventories. Ugh. All right, folks. Let's see what's going on the old Twitch. Do we have any Minecrafters we want to raid? That's a possibility. All right, I know where we're going.
Sense.
Oh, shh. Quiet. Everybody be quiet. Shh. All right, folks. We're wrapping up for today. We've been live over 4 hours already. I started a tiny bit early today. That's a really rare occurrence. Starting early rather than late. When does that ever happen? So I am going to drop y'all off at the lovely Naku. I believe she's currently playing some Minecraft. Possibly hardcore? I didn't look that closely at her stream, but we're going to go over to Naku for some more Minecraft fun. And before we go, you know the drill. Big ol' sip of water. Big ol' sip of water, folks. Hydration is so important. Copy those raid calls if you would be so kind. If anyone's in here hanging out that's not already following me, I would really appreciate it. I'd love it if you would follow. No big deal, though. Also, we're on various socials now. We're on YouTube for our VODs. Those get posted the morning following the stream. We're also on Instagram and on Blue Sky. I post when I'm going live on both of those. Got that little fourth wall shop going on as well. And we have a Discord. That's a relatively new thing. So feel free to come over, say hi to us on Discord. Lots of fun. We've been posting some pet pictures and some food and some stuff about Minecraft. Come hang out with us. I think that's about it for now. So I'm going to send you over to Naku. Take care of yourselves. Make sure you're being kind, staying hydrated. And yeah, I'll see you around. Bye!